Okay. Where are we? There we go. Slept in a little. A bit of a nasty headache because I'm waiting for the Panadol to kick. But well, we're live. Alright, let's play a little bit more Elite today. Just trying to make use of the time I've got before I'm back at work. Boom, boom, boom. Hope everyone's having a good morning. Am I missing anything? Not actually sure. Okay. The dog is apparently chewing up a bottle. Alright. Voice attack. I'm missing voice attack. Voice attack! Come here. Open, please. Okay. We're loading the game. Let me switch the screen over before I forget, because I often forget. Right. Continue. Yeah, my dog's chewing a bottle behind me. Hey, Doc, how's your day going? Just take that bottle off you. Sorry, Papa. It's just a little noisy. There you go. Just did some IRL things. Yeah. Those are, you know, required from time to time. I have IRL things to do later today. But then tomorrow I'm back at work, which is definitely an IRL thing. Kind of anyway. I do work from home like 3 days a week. Just determined to make noise, ain't you, dog? Yes, IRL, adulting, all that kind of stuff. Alright. How are my volume levels while this is loading up? The game is pretty quiet. I made the game a little bit higher, actually.
All systems ready to go.
Alright. I am enjoying it, but it is a bit of a grind, right? So I don't know if you've seen my streams over the last couple of days, but essentially I have 2 systems. One I'm working on claiming and I haven't done anything with it yet. I've just put the claim in. And one I have claimed. So what happened is there was a system Ed wanted to get to, but it was just out of range. So I had so we had to poke around and we found this system. Not this one here. That was in range. and looked pretty good. I mean, in range of colonization, it looked pretty good. As you can see, it's got like, you know, a bunch of planets you can land on, and a planet with a ring and an asteroid belt and stuff. And I was like, yeah, this will do fine for our first thing. So me and Ed very quickly, sort of within the first 24 hours of went live, completed an outpost here, which then opened up for further stuff. Ed's trying to build an asteroid base, and I've been helping him out with that. And I've also built this like satellite thing, and that did give me an extra construction point. So that is interesting. Now I need to decide whether I want to build in this system a bigger base, like a bigger starport, or a bigger ground base. I placed a ground base over here, but I haven't done much with it yet. It's kind of at full capacity. It's kind of annoying because you can't just click on the ground base and see it. You can sort of get to it, like, because you need a list of stuff you're after. So I placed it here, and if you click here, then you can see the list of commodities it requires. But yeah, the ground base, it's not a huge list. It's just a bit. I don't know, I've handed some stuff in. I'm wondering if it's worth trying to make a base. I have an idea. So I should also show you the rest of it, I suppose. So, this is the system Ed wanted over here. So he's claimed this now. And it's quite pretty, actually. It's got lots of stuff in it with rings and that. You know, he did his research. And we've been working on this asteroid base for him as the primary port. Is that all the way down here? It looks like a water world. Or a very small gas world, but like, yeah. So we're working on that as the primary port. And I also claimed this system here, which I haven't done anything with yet, but I'm gonna build like a tier 2 starport here. So my fleet carriers here has dropped the primary thing over here. It's a 47,000 light seconds away, which is a little bit annoying. We can see no progress on the construction yet. So we've been working on Ed's one. Well, what I'm also thinking about doing, so just give me a moment. I want to see if it'll work now. And people might be interested in watching this as well. And I'll just go over here. Is that we have switch to a small ship for the moment. Because when I set that ground base down, I did that off stream. I was just testing stuff out. Because there was rumors that you couldn't set a ground base unless you already had something in orbit above it. So I was testing that out, and that turned out to be false, or at least false in my case. I can't talk for everyone else. Why am I disembarking? Ooh, look, my feet carrier. That's not what I intended to do. Let's go back on board the ship. I'm a little bit fuzzy-headed this morning. I had a bit of a headache, and I've taken some Panadol. And it will kick its ass shortly, hopefully. Alright, up we go. So I finished the satellite thing. And if people are interested, the material list, the number of materials to do it isn't particularly bad. So
Would you like me to clear the area and prepare for jump?
sure. Clear the area and prepare for jump. Yeah. I mean, we haven't got a destination set, so that doesn't work. So if I go back here. Probably too much time on the computer. I'm gonna need to, you know. Oh, trembling fist fight. It's not gonna be much of a fight. Goodbye.
Cannot comply. Landing gear retracted. Frameshift drive charging.
So I'm curious about this, right? So I put down like, they seem to be a little less restricted with ground bases than they do with
Navigation
ports.
for next system.
Like, they can't create a bigger port without enough construction points. And I have no idea how many construction points you need. I'm going to assume 2 tier 2 construction points for a tier 2 port. But we can test that out in a sec. And then
Fuel scooping complete.
well, I'm just wondering if it might be better to build a larger refinery ground base that then could produce CMM composites. So in case anyone's wondering, the in terms of the amount of effort involved, right? The outpost dropping in on with a big ship at about 750 tons of cargo or so, dropping a full load on the outpost was about 3% of the build completed. Dropping it on an asteroid base is about 1%, but dropping it on one of these on the satellite was about 12% on one go. But the satellite had a much longer list of materials, even though they were very small amounts required, and so it was a bit of a pain jumping around trying to find all that. But I did get the satellite here built. It still has a orbital construction site. So I thought the construction site was built around the satellite, but it's not. It's simply a construction platform that shows up and then the satellite appears next to it once you've handed everything in. And the orbital construction site seems to stay there. If we go into system map and have a look, will it allow me now to build a starport at tier 2? Apparently, I still do not have sufficient construction points to build this facility. So what we're going to do is we're going to pick this planet here, probably. Actually, no, we're not. We're going to pick this planet here, because it's a bit closer. we're going to go see if we've got enough construction ports to put down a refinery base with enough. Oop, why am I? Like I said, brain a little fuzzy. See, Daisy? Why are we? Yeah, okay. We may not have enough. You seem to be able to. So at the other port I put down, which is the other ground base I put down, which is a mining ground base. You found another bottle. Come here. No. This morning. I'm sorry. Where you keep tracking these bottles out from? She's got a stash somewhere. She's upset with me now.
System scan complete.
Means system scan complete. I scanned the colonization beacon and I set the system up. Apparently it didn't count as scanning everything. Maybe it only gives colonization data. We'll go towards the light side of the planet so we can see what we're doing. Ooh. So like a colourful middle world, I guess.
Orbital flight engaged.
Whee! Down we go. Coming from orbital cruise. And at some point, the SC suit placement cam will come active, I'm guessing. Because that's what happened last time. Probably once the glide is done. Cannot enter placement camera, altitude too high. Okay, so we're a little closer to the planet's surface. Yeah, planet. How many G's we got here? Almost none. Alright, there we go. So then your thing that is your there we go. So you just click this, which is the same thing you use to deploy the beacon. And you can go turn to report. Settlement. Hub. Maybe we need a hub. A refinery hub. Maximum landing pad size is large. Commodities required. It's not terrible. Security will drop. Standard tech level will go up. Standard of living change will go down. Wealth and development level change goes way high. The standard of living change is offset by the satellite we have with all the food production, which put about 4 points in the standard of living. So this should be fine. So this requires a tier 1 construction point and rewards a tier 3 construction point. We can put it, oh look at that, we can put it in the crater. Should we do that? And then just like that, the placement is exceeded. Construction site under deployment. Yeah. Alright. So we'll go back to running stuff for Ed's fleet carrier for a little while.
Cannot comply.
Oh yeah, it counts as having your hard points out when you use the camera, which makes sense. So yeah, so I didn't have anything above that planet, and I was able to deploy a ground base. So
Absolute light velocity reached.
So the people reporting that either have misunderstood something's happening for them that isn't happening for me, or it's been hot fixed, I guess, hot patched.
Readying for exit. Now.
Fuel scooping.
See, what I was wondering by putting that base down is it's a refinery base. It may produce CMM composites. And if we check the map, so if we go back to that system, you're looking at it on the map. Oh, it does have a population now. It didn't yesterday when I was looking at it, so it's taken a while for this to update. But if it takes a while for things to update, then it could be that building that refinery gives me and Ed a source of CMM composites that no one else is going to discover particularly quickly. That was the idea anyway. Large landing pad. I think that's a relatively smart idea. I mean, who's gonna look at a system of population of 5,000 and go, that's where I need to go to get the rare stuff.
Power to shields, Commander.
Whee! Deploy landing gear.
Fine, I won't disturb gear down, although I suddenly find that already something disturbed.
Landing gear deployed.
I suppose that's true. I look at population size though. Look, I would look at a system of 5,500 and just assume, without any other information, that it does not support a large landing pad. So if it takes a day or two for the population to go up after building that refinery, yeah, could be. Anyway, Hobo Jelly, how are you today? You having a good day? Just trying to figure out the CMM composite problem, I guess. And I thought that might be worth a shot. When out exploring, avoid the bubble. Fair enough. This new feature is a fair bit of a grind. I'm enjoying it, but it is a fair bit of a grind. Alright. Let's take a look at what we still need on its asteroid base. The answer is going to be a lot. I haven't been out proper exploring yet. Yeah, I get that, and I think that's a very valid point, right? Like, so there's issues like a friend of mine, Vinat, yesterday was telling me that his base was his like system was just taken over. Right. So until somebody who finds it, somebody who uses the tooling finds it, would be good. All right. Let me snippy tool this so I have it available. Okay. Guess we just run steel or titanium or something. Let's have a look on Inara, even though it's not always the most up to date. All right, titanium. Terentium deployed. Yeah, I could see a valid point about fixing the bugs. I just wanted to play with the new feature, essentially. So yeah, our asteroid base is on my list. So the new system I've claimed that I haven't started building anything in yet does have 2 bodies of icy rings. So 2 possible locations for an ice asteroid base. Because those do look cool. Alright. Auto launch. So yeah.
Landing gear retracted.
Glimpse disengaged. Ship departure confirmed.
Are you ready to jump?
So the problem you have,
Fine,
So-
I won't
I'll demonstrate on my galaxy map, system map actually. There we go. So I picked this one as my second one because that has an icy ring and that has an icy ring, right? So ring type metal rich. Ring type, oh, that one has an icy ring anyway. That one has a metal rich ring. I've got all 3 rings here, so I could build all 3 different asteroid base types. In theory. Hey Vin, how's it going? But the problem is, right off the bat, is that it basically picks the spot for your primary port randomly. You don't control it. So for me, it picked down here in orbit over this planet. So it did not give me an option to build a asteroid base for the primary port. So the only way you could guarantee that is if you picked a system that had nothing but planets with icy rings in it. And then I think you'd be able to build a nice asteroid base. I think, don't quote me on that, but I think you would be able to, you'd be guaranteed to be able to build a nice asteroid base as your first, as your primary port. But ice asteroid base is also a lot of work. Like any type of asteroid base or tier 2 base is a lot of work. So Ed was able to, but only because it randomly picked his primary port location as being around a planet with a ring, right? It didn't for me, because I have a lot of different planets there, with most of them don't have rings. 27 solo, nice. That's good going, Vin. So yeah, so you essentially tell it, you essentially go and it says this is going to be your primary port location. It doesn't tell you. I'll definitely consider building one of those in a system once I have control of the system. I would not build one of those as the primary port, because that could be very draining to get built in 4 weeks. Even with like 2 or 3 people, you could easily burn yourselves out trying to build that inside the 4-week time frame. I think those would be built by people with big squadrons backing them. Once you've built the primary port, anything else you build in the system doesn't have a time frame limit, so you could build a tier 3 one after that if you wanted to. But you need to grind up. You need to grind up enough construction points, right? Yeah, and look, there's some speculation that this is where we want to go. There's some speculation that the current community goal and the mega ships it's gonna deploy when it's done will carry a lot of CMM composites. Sorry, that's just speculation at this point. But that's the you know, touch wood, cross fingers, hope that we are. Tactical loot. Yes, well, it's not entirely here. It's not entirely based on nothing, right? So. So what it says is, Bureau Corporation is committed to deploying a new Trailblazer megaship for each tier reached within the initiative. These megaships will be deployed at the edges of the core system and will be stocked with commodities crucial for colonization efforts. So that's what it's based on. It's also based on the idea that Frontier have been trying to fix the CMM composite problem, although not particularly successfully so far. They upped the amount of composites, and they also upped that are spawn that can be at each station, and they also upped the respawn rate, like so they restock quicker. But they're still basically being brought out. You'd be lucky to find 100 at any ground station you dock at. So why are we just flying around this planet? Off we go. There was a bit better. So, like I said, it's not guaranteed, but that's the hope. Yeah, I'm not sure they expected such a big pickup rate, I guess. When you look at if you look at the map, there's just systems under construction everywhere at the moment. The good news is it doesn't really seem like CMM composites are required for much beyond the starports. So you can build out a system with ground bases and stuff once you've got like an outpost or something built and the system claimed. Yeah, given the way they quickly patched and like changes to the amounts and the respawn rates, I think they might have suspected. I don't know. I'm not on the FDev development team, right? So just speculation on my part. You'd have to assume they would have had some idea that was going to be a bottleneck. Even steel and titanium is getting rare in some systems. You know, it's... Hopefully we're not too fast to orbital cruise. Oh, we're good.
While you're taking her in, I'll manage the shields and landing.
I think the first change they made was upping the amount that could be held at each base, or maybe they just changed the amount of bases it spawned. They said they'd increased the numbers, so I'm not quite sure. And then after that, they said they'd increased the respawn rate as well, like about 10 hours later, when people were still complaining. And people are still complaining, to be fair. I mean, it's... The CMM composites are going to be... Yeah, it's because they've been brought out everywhere.
Would you like me to perform routine?
Touchdown, deactivating docking system.
Like, if people left the stations alone...
Fine, I won't disturb you again, although I sometimes find that you're already somewhat...
284 here, which is nice. I'll buy those. And then, what was on the list? This will go for aluminium. Yes.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
So many of the things in the CMM many things, sorry, in the community goal were also required materials for building this. So there was potentially, I think, this community goal was quite mistimed, right? It should have been running a week earlier. So these mega ships were up and running, and I don't know, just speculation on my part, but maybe that was as a result of the problems with the exploration one and that being pushed out a bit. Okay. Off we go.
Landing gear retracted.
This is the first time I've seen this much CMM at this base though, and I've been here quite a few times. So looks like maybe the demand is teetering off a little bit. There we go.
Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
So yeah, it's interesting anyway.
Warning. Frameshift drive operating beyond safety limits.
But I think by the time the beta is over, they either need to do something about the CMM numbers, or they have to reduce the material cost of that particular commodity significantly.
4,
Vector
3, 2, 1. Engage.
Otherwise, yeah, that's just gonna be a massive choke point on system expansion.
Frameshift drive charging.
But there are signs that Frontier may not have tested this quite as well as they should have,
3,
to be fair.
2, 1. Engage.
Because there's issues with people stealing other people's systems and other bits and pieces like that currently happening. That is true. The demand on it should die off. There we go. And for anyone that wasn't watching the stream yesterday, we're heading towards Ed's asteroid base that we're trying to get built. It's in a very pretty location. Yeah. Like, I kind of agree with Vinart here that I haven't looked into the refinery thing in too much detail yet. But from what I could tell, it was like, okay, put in place to try and help miners, like, drive colonization to some extent. But it's just, you know, you can't You can't refine CMM composites, and most of the other stuff is fairly readily available. Sometimes you go to a system that had lots of steel and titanium and it's all been brought out, but you normally find another system around somewhere which has it in reasonable numbers, so... Alright, I think we're coming in the right side. Yeah, no, especially since, like... Especially since the colonization ship literally pays you for the materials, which wasn't what I was expecting, to be fair. Like, I thought the colonization ship would show up and you'd have to buy the materials and deliver it to the colonization ship for free. In which case, the refinery thing would make sense because a lot of people would refine stuff in order to avoid having to buy it. But you basically buy it, you sell it to the colonization ship for a profit. There's no reason not to buy it. Yeah, it's not the best way to make money, though that would probably change with enough time once you've got a system that's developed enough. Like, it doesn't tell you how much the
I'm waiting, old man.
Let me gather my thoughts on this. As per is often the case with Elite Dangerous, the in-game tools aren't really all that descriptive enough, right? Yeah. No, that'd be horrible, but... Oh, no, I did the wrong side of the asteroid. Alright, that's fine. We'll just fly through the asteroids. So while we're moving, I'll show you what I mean, right? Like, so if I go... Galaxy map.
Done.
Fine. We can do it that way. Open galaxy map. Open galaxy map.
Displaying star map.
I'll go back to the system that's actually done. Hold on. And so I go view system map. And it gives me this screen. Alright. This is your system architectural view. Right? But nowhere in the screen does it tell me how much I'm going to earn from this system per week at its current state of development, right? So we have one outpost, one thing built. I have no idea how much I'm going to earn from this, right? It tells me I now have one construction point because I guess I used the extra one I had gotten to build that big refinery base. So you probably could have built that right off the bat, actually. But you know, I was working stuff out. But it doesn't, like, if you click somewhere and go, all right, I want to build a starport, asteroid base, right? Here we go, free, unit free. If you click through enough, you get there, I guess. But before I only got to here, there went insufficient construction report points, and I was like, oh, okay. How many construction points do I need? Not clear. Asteroid base takes your standard of living down. Look at that. Wealth change, tech level change, security goes down. Might have to build like a security installation. Communication satellite, tech level goes up. Relay station? What does this do? Oh. Yeah, anyway. Have we flown past Ed's colonization ship yet. Let's find out. No, apparently not. You need 10 bases places built in the system to get a discount on purchasing ships and modules and stuff inside the system. But I'm not so sure about the tax.
Docking request granted.
Yeah, I mean, right. Well, there's 10 things in the system, like, they're actually not that... You'd probably want to do that anyway, Vin. Well, there's multiple approaches to it, I would imagine, to having a system, right? Some people might just want to claim a system so they got their name on a system as a system architect and not do much with it. Other people may want to claim... a system, build like an outpost, and then just claim the next system and just daisy chain outwards. Yeah, the discount amount is unclear at this point, as far as I know. And other people might want to claim systems, build them up, so that they get income from them. Because you get passive income from your systems, right?
Would you like me to perform routine maintenance repair?
And I'll let you know if I get any on the weekly tick on Thursday for that system.
Fine.
And if I do, how much it is. Yeah, so that's the thing, is like, the other problem, of course, is that most players have been playing for a while just going to go to Shinrarta, right? Because it's got like every module. And also a discount. And there's a convenience factor involved. Like, most people don't really care. Like, you know, like, if you got a couple of $1 billion sitting there, floating around, and you're like, I could go to Li Rongyu and get an extra 5% off all the stuff I'm buying, but I can go to Shinrarta. It's just because you don't have to jump around systems trying to find all the different bits and pieces you need, right? Like, so you go there, you're buying a $1 billion ship, right? You're buying like the most tricked out cutter ever, you know. You're saving 50 million by not going to Shinrarta, and that's nothing for a lot of people. By not going to Shinrarta and going to Li Rongyu, where you get 15% off, you're saving like, what, 50 million credits, and yeah, a lot of people just won't care. Yeah, you do better than I do then. bad issues in the past, where I bounce around a bunch of different systems trying to find stuff. I probably don't do enough research before I go and buy something, to be honest. Anyway, construction services. There we go. Still need like 11,300 of these.
Landing gear retracted. Ship released. Engines engaged.
Ah, I did not actually know that. That's a nice tip. So I'm guessing we are good to go. Oh. I'll just do it this way. Yeah, so that's the thing, is that, right? So sometimes I don't even play the ship out, right? Like I just go, you know, I want explore Mandalay. I'll fly the Shinrada, I'll buy what I want and just have all the modules there and just equip it. And work it out.
Frameshift drive charging.
Oh, I'm not doubting that. It's only an extra. It's only an extra, like, what, I'll give you like 10 minutes bloody, like, work or something like that. It's just, for a lot of people, they've got so much credits now that they just don't need to do that extra 10 minutes work. They're not gonna even notice the extra 50 million, you know? Buying a tricked out, A-rated, all the bells and whistles cutter type of thing. And if they're buying a lesser ship, I mean, if you're buying a Mandalay, well, that's... fair enough. Both schools of thought are pretty valid, I think.
Frameshift drive charging.
Like, no one's right or wrong here. It's just, you know, people have different approaches and value different things a little bit.
4,
Leaving system.
3, 2, 1,
Oh no, you fired her. What's she gonna do with her billions of dollars? That's the thing about NPC crews, right? Also, I mean, like, what a cruisy job. Like, yes, exactly. It's like if you're a new pilot starting off in the world, right? You could buy a Sidewinder and go out there and risk the dangers of space and something that's got like enough defenses that if a Anaconda or something sneezed at it, it's going to blow up. Or you can sign up, be on that Anaconda, remote controlling a fighter from inside the Anaconda, and that Anaconda is probably never going to get destroyed. I mean, how often do the commanders' big ships get blown up when bounty hunting? Oh, early on in the game, I definitely cared about the discounts. Like, I would bounce 3 or 4 different systems in like Liron Yu territory trying to buy a new ship to save, like, you know, 20 million. But these days, a little less so. The next post that said Citigroup, the third largest US bank, actually sent a customer 81 trillion instead of just $280. So someone is going to learn today. But yeah, look, like $81 trillion is a ridiculous amount of money, right? Like, I'm not sure there's actually enough
orbital flight engaged.
actual currency in the world to actually have that in cash. And oh, I think the bank would get it back for, yeah. But what I would do is tell the bank that I still want the interest paid out on it for the day or the week or so it took for them to arrange to get it back. But like, you can have the whole 81 trillion back, but I'm keeping the interest. So the thing is that if some employee like gets fired for that, the question has to be asked, right? Like, okay, they probably keyed the wrong number into the wrong field, right? That happens at my work, where reports are run and go, you keyed the wrong number into this field. Were you really trying to buy this thing that works for, that's worth like, you know, $250 for $1.6 million?
Would you like me to perform routine maintenance?
Touchdown, ground crew dispatched. Enjoy your stay, Commander.
What legal issues though? Like,
Fine, I'll disturb you again.
I mean, legal issues if you took the money and started to spend it. But if you just went, oh, I got $81 trillion in my bank account, let's wait and see what happens with that. Or even contact the bank and say, did you mean to give me $81 trillion? We can have a talk about giving that back to you if you want. As long as you don't try and do anything with it, I don't think you get in any sort of legal trouble. It's their screw up. But my point is that a bank system shouldn't allow someone to accidentally transfer $81 trillion without like approval and sign off and all sorts of stuff. I mean, it probably shouldn't allow you to transfer $81 trillion. Anyway, because like that's just a ridiculous amount of money. But yeah. So if someone accidentally did that, they've got to be. If someone accidentally did that, they've got to be playing around behind the scenes, right? They've got to be back into admin access doing something, or you know, somebody push through a update to database to fix the data in their banking databases or something that wasn't put together properly. Even that, I would assume, would be heavily restricted for a bank. So it is interesting. I would like to know how that actually happened. Oh look, 308. I don't know. I feel like maybe they've changed something there, because that feels like that has regened a lot since I last was here.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
Yeah, I mean, with $81 trillion, I mean, what could you do with $81 trillion?
Landing gear retracted.
I'll definitely be able to buy Greenland.
Detachment complete. Your way is clear for departure.
I mean,
Gear deployed.
Denmark would be like, the US does not have enough money to buy Greenland off us. And I'd be like, I have $82 trillion, though. And Denmark would be like, sold.
Landing gear retracted.
Honestly, for that much money, you might be able to buy the entire planet.
Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
Start charging all the countries rent. Okay, let's do...
Warning. Frameshift drive operating beyond safety limits. Warning. Temperature critical. Warning. Taking heat damage.
Oh no, Europe has some nice stuff in it, right? Like, well, a lot of nice old castles and, you know. It was a little bit too densely populated for my liking though, you know. I'd buy somewhere a little bit more wild. Everywhere has a lot of problems.
Frameshift drive charging.
I mean, people have there's different problems in different places, and some of the same problems all over the world at the moment, right? Like cost of living issues. You know, could tell you
For next system.
could tell you about the problems you'd be buying if you bought New Zealand if you wanted.
All systems check out. No unusual activity. It's
Buy the moon instead. Look, getting there is going to be problematic, and you got to set up like some sort of actual base.
Frameshift drive charging.
Doesn't have much atmosphere to protect your base from like micrometeors and stuff like that. You'd probably be better off just to buy Antarctica and just kick everyone else out. When it's mostly just like scientific and stuff down there, right? So you just be like, sorry, the entire Antarctic continent is mine now.
confirming exit point telemetry. Stand by.
Hobo, I need you to think about that in regards to the moon. So, if you were to live on the moon, you would have to have insulated shelter you lived in, which you could have at any temperature you want, and you wouldn't be able to go outside unless you're wearing a spacesuit. Released in Antarctica, you could have the same insulated shelter at any temperature you wanted, and if you went outside, you just have to dress up warmer. I still feel like it's more livable. You also don't have to worry about oxygen systems and stuff. None of you don't tell anyone where you're building. If you own the continent, there's no building consent problems or anything like that. Alright? Suppose like you could have your underground base under a mountain somewhere random, and you know, good luck anyone finding it. I'm guessing after buying Antarctica, you would have a fair number of trillion left over. Though, hire people to build like defensive stuff around your continent. You could have you can buy surface air missile launchers and stuff. That is I mean, it could be difficult, yeah. And if I had 81 trillion in my currency, I could do anything with and no worries to deal with, what would be the top 5 or 10 things you'd like to do with it and why? I would I mean, I'd buy all of New Zealand for a start. Just be like, country's mine. Don't need for any more government. These election things are annoying anyway. Flat Earth. I mean, I think of it more as the benevolent but all-powerful landlord. I don't know, see, the amount of money is almost ludicrous, which makes it hard to imagine what you would do with it. Oh. Probably should have jumped out there. That's fine. I mean, I'd probably also buy Australia. I didn't say I'd live in Australia, I just said I'd buy it. Like a rental property, basically. The $81 trillion is such a ridiculous amount of money. You could just keep buying stuff up forever and never run out of money. Alright. More interesting question is if you got like $100 million and you're free to use it however you wanted, what would you do? Because that's not buy a country level of money, that's just do whatever you want within reason level of money. Because with $81 trillion, I mean, you could do whatever you wanted. You could hire an entire private army and declare war on other countries if you wanted to. Pay for AWS. What's AWS? Amazon Web Services. I suppose with $81 trillion, what you could also do is you could buy up all the world's gold supplies, jewels, and other stuff, and then you could build your own dungeon and put loot in it and make people run it. I haven't actually heard. Tell me some of the horror stories. Down to needing 280 aluminium. I mean, I'd buy a few countries, and then I would simply buy up a lot of the world's precious gemstones and gold and stuff. And then I would create, like, I'd take the middle of Australia with, like, nothing much is, right? Right? And I would hire people and spend, like, 10 years building a massive, like, RPG, like, real-life dungeon. Filled with traps and other stuff, and then be like, and fill it with loot, and then, you know. Do you think you could play genetic scientists to create actual, like, fantasy style monsters? And then be like, come try Wynn's dungeon. If you die, it's not my fault. You could get rich. Could die. Roll the dice. Who knows? That's the thing. It's like $81 trillion you can do such ridiculous things, right? Like. So there's a pay-on-demand thing for Amazon Web Services. You can run off your services. And many, and I do mean many people got a surprise overnight bill for hundreds of thousands of dollars. That, you mean, well, that's got to be a screw up, right? Like, Amazon wasn't really trying to collect that money off them. I mean, if you had $81 trillion and you wanted to run Diddy parties, I don't think anyone's going to stop you. Essentially, you buy your own country and set your own laws at that point. How are they justifying hundreds of thousands of dollars in charges? Like, what exactly was the service? Yes, overnight you use Amazon Web's cloning service, and now there's 86 of you, and you owe us hundreds of thousands of dollars.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah, but you still gotta be getting. You get surprise traffic.
Scanning
Bam.
anomalies, none detected. Isn't that okay?
How much traffic do you need to get like hundreds of thousands of dollars? This is like a weekly, monthly invoice. Like, how does that work? Like, I could see a denial of service attack or something, but you can't, like, generating a lot of traffic to somewhere. But you can't be like, can't charge them. Yeah, I know, that doesn't make sense to me.
Charging.
I'll have to look that up later. That's interesting. You know, I feel like that's... Why is there system colonization ship here? Like, it just doesn't make sense. But okay. I feel like it's not going to hold up in court, whatever Amazon is trying to do. Like, you know, I'll just be like, no, I'm not paying it, take me to court. Why am I still going to... What am I going to pass? Ah, right. There's various things in most laws have various safeguards. Like it's, I think it should be like if you can run up hundreds of thousands of dollars of debt in like a single month very accidentally using a service, then I feel like the services terms and conditions probably won't hold up in a court of law in most places. Now, I'm not a lawyer, so, you know, big grain of salt. I'm not going to be one of those streamers that pretends to be super knowledgeable about everything, but that's just what it feels like to me, is that most likely you would take that to a court and then the court would be like, no, this was ridiculous. But yeah. It might be different, like, if it was a service provided, if it was like a Fortune 500 company or something like that, you know? Then the court might be like, well, I can see, like, you know, Microsoft running up, like, hundreds of thousands of dollars in data usage in a month or something along those lines, right? But if it was just, like, your average business, you know, that it feels exploitative, I guess. It feels like an exploitative contract. But again, not a lawyer. I have a sister who's a lawyer. I could ask her, but but it's not really her area of expertise, so. Night vision. Engage night vision. Night vision. I'll do it myself. This thing stopped working.
I'll transfer power to shield and deploy the landing gear as we near. Fine, I won't disturb you again, although I sometimes find that you're...
I like how the voice attack is like, I'll transfer power to shields. What shields? Not running shields.
Booking request must be supplied before access can be granted. Permission granted. Please make your way to landing pad 1-2. automated approach engaged.
I mean, I've heard of similar ones myself, not for that. A friend of my dad's when I was younger got a power bill for the month that was way higher than what he expected. Like, normally, like, at the time would normally be like $100. It was like 2,500. And he was arguing with them, and they're like, "No, you definitely used so much power." And he's like, "There's no possible way I've used this much power." And then he went out and looked at his meter box, and I was like, and like his meter was running real quick. I was like, no, like the little counter going around, and he was like, "What the?" And he started unplugging everything, and then slowed all the way down when he unplugged his fridge. So his fridge had an electrical issue where it was just drawing huge amounts of power. And he had to be like, "Oh shit, actually, I think I might have to pay that."
Enjoy your stay, Commander.
Fine, I won't disturb you again, although I sometimes find that you're already somewhat disturbed.
Alright. These are refilling up real quick. It was 280 aluminium, wasn't it? Pretty sure. 280. Grab some steel.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
Alright. The respawn is, I think, I was looking it up the other day, and people think it's every 10 minutes. But, like, if I was making this round trip yesterday, I mean, it could be that it's respawning twice, right? In the time I'm doing the trip, because I'm chatting, you know. Got a fairly active chat today, which is nice. There's a bit of back and forth going on. It's a little bit slower than usual, which is fine. But I mean, yesterday, the day before, if I showed up here at the station like this multiple times, it'd probably be less than 100. And it could be because other people might have been hitting it as well in the time before I came back. So having 300 there every time is quite nice. 2 to 300. Alright, guess we're going upwards. What's my name to get there? Oh yeah.
Scan detected.
Yes, you like. So some of the places have pretty high stock, right? Like thousands of titanium and steel. But if you're just going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, let's say it takes you 10 minutes per round trip and it restocks every 10 minutes. If it's not restocking at like 750 or whatever you're taking, you will eventually buy them out.
Frameshift drive charging.
Okay.
Ready to engage. 3, 2, 1, engage.
And their stock levels will replenish, but every 10 minutes or 15 minutes or whatever it is, it's only replenishing a little bit. Yeah, exactly. So And that's also because stations are getting hit with a lot of different people buying stuff, right? All the stations near the community goal will be getting hit. Here, of course, like everyone is claiming systems in various different locations, so the impact is a bit more spread out. But you could still buy out all the stock of an item at a station yourself with enough time.
Temperatures are at an acceptable level.
It's interesting, Hobo. I would have thought that if most things would replenish at the same time, but I guess it could be. Ah. So we're talking 80 to 120 grand, and then suddenly people have been doing that. They've been going AFK and just like refreshing the thing every 10-20 minutes or so and grabbing the CMMs, but I think it's probably not worth doing that until you have only CMM composites to go. Like, you get the CMM composites at the same places you get steel and titanium and the other big ones as well, a lot of the time on those ground stations. So I'll just go there, grab what CMM composites are there every time, fill up with steel or titanium, and head back and hand in, and just keep doing that until you've done everything else. Yeah, you can do that as well. You can, some people have been, I mean, if you got the money, then the other thing you can do, it will be costly, but apparently it's been working for people, is you can put a buy order on your carrier for CMM composites at max price, and then, you know, people will actually sell there to make a profit. That'll cost you money, but it will save a lot of the hassle, I guess. Yeah, it makes sense. Buy order for tritium. But yeah, if you're doing this kind of thing, where like they're getting a hold of enough is a problem, and you have the money to throw at it, that is one way to do it. Yes, right, like, I mean, just remember you have 4 weeks to get it done. If you in a tier 2 station, I think in 4 weeks is quite doable, even as a solo effort. And I'm sure, yeah, that's generally true, but doesn't always hold up when you're talking about game stuff. Although, surprisingly, more often than not, it still does. So, yeah. Oh, still 2 miles too far away. Maybe I'll clarify a little bit and go, throwing money at it doesn't always solve the problem in game if you're trying to keep within terms of service and not get your account banned.
Docking request granted.
Because of course you could always like hire someone to play for you, or but that's real life money. Yeah, I'm clarifying a little. Shifting the goalposts. It's, you know, it's a project management strategy. Sometimes I swear it actually is a project management strategy. They're like, we'll start this project and we'll have the goal set as this, and then we'll just shift it a bit as the project goes.
Landing gear deployed.
Some of the projects I've done at work lately have been like that. It's just like, you're like going like, I thought we had agreed we were doing this. Ah, yeah, but then this other thing came up and you're like, oh God.
Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
Alright. I have to go use the bathroom, so I'll run a 3-minute ad break. It'll kill pre-rolls for people coming into the game. Hopefully everyone hangs around. So yeah, be back in a couple of minutes. Okay, we're back.
Welcome.
Oh, hey.
Hello.
How's things going?
Decent enough?
Good, good. I was just thinking about changing tactics a little bit and seeing if I go build this refinery in my system. See if it produces CRM composites. So let's have a look at what we need. So it's a little annoying, the planetary stuff, working out what you need. How's your day been anyway?
Busy.
Yeah. So I built it here.
I
Yeah.
basically left around, oh, I don't know, 10 AM, I think. And came back almost 9:30 PM. That was basically out of the house almost 11 hours.
Yeah.
I had fun though, so that is that.
Good, good. Fun is good. Jesus, that's a lot of stuff. It's not a lot. It's not a lot of volume. It's just a lot of stuff. A lot of bouncing around, probably. That's the thing I found with the satellite was that, like, every time I handed in a full load of stuff, it was like 12% progress on that satellite. But it was annoying trying to get everything.
Yeah. Lots of small components, right?
Yeah.
Well,
And-
small amount components.
And hard to find stuff in the same
Oh, alright.
place. Yeah. I'm just going to bring up. How do I want to do this? I'll do this low tech. I'm just going to bring up paint and slip some stuff in. So, advanced catalyzers, aluminium building fabricators, all this stuff. So that got to fruit and vegetables. And then it was housing environmental suits. Okay. Copy and paste. There we go. All right. Start with the advanced catalysts and see what else I find in the same system. All right, Inara. Inara, tell me, answer my plea. Advanced catalysts. Close by me. Mulang Biochemical Exploration. All these are more or less the same jump range away, but this one's only 14 light seconds from the star. So let's go here. That should be easier to find. Still a little annoying pre-jumps, but
Gear retracted. Ship released. Engines engaged.
Want me to help you build that?
you can if you like.
What do you need?
Shall I engage the jump drive?
Do you want me to send you the material list?
Fine, I won't disturb you.
I don't want to distract you from your asteroid base for too long, but I'm just hoping that it helps resolve the...
CMM composites.
Yeah. Although it is a little
I
bit
mean,
of
it's a decent theory.
yeah, it's a guess, but we'll see what happens.
Frameshift drive
Okay.
charging.
Alright. Just give me a moment and I will put you the
You
material
can
list.
also send me the system that you are rebuilding that in, and I'll just look it up in game.
It's annoying because you got to go to the planet view and circle around and find the base.
I
and,
know.
Okay.
But I can bookmark the
Engaging exit protocols.
colonization ship, and then I can just go to it straight from bookmark.
Okay. Let's see. Discord. That should be the system.
Right.
That's a horrible system name for us. Or I really would like to be able to change that. And
Understandable.
I'll just send you this as well.
Is it the Shakespeare Enterprise?
No, that one's built. That was and not the one.
Anything
and
else
not.
built in?
It's on a planet. It's a planetary base.
I see.
There's two.
Right.
There's one I put down yesterday, but that was a mighty one because I just played around, and then I was thinking.
Okay, so which one are you building at then?
The refinery one that is
D or 3C?
It's not. It's not on the far. The small mining one is on the far body. It's the other one, not that one. I guess is the easiest way for me to describe it without being able.
Okay, well,
yeah.
one is 1700 light second, the other one is 2700 light second. So which one is it?
1700 light seconds. The
Okay.
closer one. Yep. All right.
Frameshift
And where do I deliver the things, if
To-
you know?
To the actual settlement.
Okay.
Yeah, I delivered a few things to the what I put in yesterday.
Okay, I can take steel, maybe?
Sure.
Okay, I'm taking steel then.
Leaving system.
3, 2,
No, Dark, I mean the closer one.
Scanning for anomalies. None detected. Isn't that good?
Alright, this should be fun. I'm hoping like the like the starport, like the outpost that just comes online and has the commodity market available immediately.
Would be nice, wouldn't it?
drive
It would. Oh, hit levels critical.
Theoretically, we could ignore it for like a day, and then maybe it can generate all the CMM composites that we need.
Yeah, and then we just
Yeah.
swamp it and run it. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, as they say, in the name of science.
Yeah. Okay. Should be a very close. What was I actually looking for? Was it for hub? Let's find out. No, it was Elixir Vista. This one. Alright. Yeah, the carrier jump things feels like something that they didn't expect to be a problem. Or they might have done something to fix it. Like,
Carrier jump times have been a problem for several years at this point.
I guess I got lucky. Like like my old quick carrier, my other account, I haven't jumped all that often, and the quick carrier on this account I haven't had very long. So, yeah. Oh, well, if it's been a problem or similar things in the past, I should have expected it. Like, how hard would it be for them to like throw a bit of extra like resource?
If they're planning ahead, what universe do you live in?
I know it's the same as like it was the same when I was playing World of Warcraft, and every time there was like a new expansion, like this whatever the capital city was became unusable, and you were like, could you like for like the first 2 weeks, and you were like, could you just like have thrown a little bit of extra server resources at this like for the first 2 weeks? Didn't have to be for forever. Like, just alternatively, like they could have just added a feature into the game where you could turn off like seeing other people in the capital city. Like if you want to go to a capital city and just like get the quest giver, do some crafting or something, you didn't need to see everyone else running around necessarily. And then because that was the problem, was just trying to render like, you know, hundreds of characters running around. Oh.
Lincoln Whiskey Yankee November. Beware of local gravitational conditions when approaching this facility, Commander. Fly safely. Permission authorized. Set down on landing pad 08. Automated docking approved. You may now handle the control.
Yeah, so I can't help you with the carrier time slot thing, but you just gotta keep trying, I guess. Kind of sucks, though.
Landing gear deployed.
Bum 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 bum.
Would you like me to perform routine?
Landing complete. Clear to disembark.
What do we got here?
Advised, Commander. There is a state of uprising in
Bring this
this
back up.
Be careful who you side with.
Fine, I won't disturb you again, although I sometimes find that you're already somewhat disturbed.
Advanced catalysts. Alright, 112 of these. What else do we need? We need robots. Let me grab robots from here. Robotics. 414. And I guess I can grab structural regulators as well. Though I can't get as many as we need. Alright, cool. Alright, hit back and hand in.
Landing gear retracted.
Ship released. Make way for oncoming traffic.
Landing gear deployed. Landing gear retracted.
I'm so used to manually leaving the thing, I always forget that it retracts the landing gear on the autopilot, and then I drop it down again.
Frameshift drive charging.
It's just it's instinct now. I'm like leaving the station, hit L, and then I'm like, I can't boost. Oh, well, my landing gear's down. Damn it.
Right.
Navigation for next system.
Right. Off we go.
Confirming exit point telemetry. Stand by.
They need some sort of overview of your system that shows you like the overall state of it.
Yep.
Frameshift drive charging.
Because it's like every
They
time.
need a lot of things to be honest, but yes.
Yeah. So it's again with like Frontier just not providing the tools correctly for a feature, right? They rely on the third party tools all the time.
Yeah.
But like if I'm going to see my system and I want to decide what I want to build, it's like it might be useful for me to know like all those different, like you see when you try and build something, it's like, you know, system security goes down, you know, like standard of living goes up, this goes down, this goes up. Like an overall view of those values would be very useful.
Definitely. But then that would require FDev giving its players information.
I know, right? Like,
Drive charging.
but it's like when their testers test stuff, they just don't go, hey, it'd be really useful if we could see this. Like,
Yeah.
so I wonder if the
I wonder how they test it, because, you know, like there's some of the things are like, yeah, this would be nice to have from like first 5 minutes of playtest from the game, from the players, I mean.
yeah.
How do they not see that?
I'm guessing that their testers aren't actually gamers, so they're just testing the.
I mean, then why are they hired in a gaming company? But yeah, I get it.
Yeah. Astrom Terminal, that's the one. You can rename these ground bases and the satellites and stuff as well.
Nice.
So they called my food satellite Shakespeare Enterprise right off the bat, and I was like, yeah, that's kind of cool.
Now that is kind of cool. I wonder if the name of this one was a play on Arthur, because he often refers to himself on stream as Arf.
Could be.
Probably not, but you know.
Right. The developers must have like kids though, some of them, right? Just bring their kids in for a day and be like, play this, tell us what you think.
I mean, yeah.
Warning. Frameshift drive operating beyond safety limits.
Probably too fast. Alright. I'm so impatient nowadays. The MCO has made me...
The SEO, yeah.
Yeah, it's made me so impatient. Like, before it'd be like, oh, it's only 1500 light seconds, that's nothing. And now it's like 1500 light seconds. Boost!
Yep.
This game has been around like 10 years though. So even if a dev was like, I don't know, we'll just get some gamers in to like test it. I mean, from their point of view, I guess maybe that's what this beta release is, right? Like, you know, they're like, hey, you can play and look, all the stuff you colonize stays. So big motivation for you to get it early. And let us know how it is. So I guess we're their testers probably in terms of implementation. Just send them an invoice. Testing services.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Wasn't there someone who yeah, I'm rounding up, of course. With wasn't there someone who got like Google to pay them a lot of money for nothing just by sending them fake invoices?
Oh yeah.
Orbital flight
Like,
engaged.
well, not a lot of money, but just continually sending invoices in, like every month.
No, it was like $100-something thousand over a few years.
Because I imagine like that they have like some sort of thing where they're like, you know, if it's over a certain amount of money, we look into it and confirm that, you know, and it was. A lot of businesses would probably be like if it's only $1,000 invoice and it's going to take us like one person 4 hours to investigate it.
Sometimes find that you're already somewhat disturbed.
Docking request
Alright,
granted.
in case you're curious as well, Ed, this station does this one did allow large landing things, but the other one I was playing around with, the far one, the dredging site, was a type of thing that only allowed medium ships, but you could still land a large ship there while it was being built.
Duly noted.
So even if you've got a small ground station, like I think the construction site still allows you to land large ships.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah. I like the planet disappearing behind the horizon.
Landing gear deployed.
Goodbye, world.
Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
Would you like me to perform routine maintenance for you?
Alright. Transfer all.
Fine.
So, I'm guessing you'd hand it in because it was at 7% and then it jumped to 13%. So this one's going up about 6 to 7% per hand in. Not bad, not bad
Yeah,
at all.
but now we are heading in like large quantities fairly quickly. Once it gets to the lower requirement materials, it's probably going to slow down a bit.
There is that. Alright, building fabricators, I guess I'll look for. Great Oracle Inara, lend me your wisdom. We'll go for the one that's slightly further away but has a bigger stock. Just in case. me and Ed were having this discussion yesterday where we felt like it would be really nice if you could hire NPCs to deliver stuff to your construction sites.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, essentially, as soon as you set something up, it's gonna generate ship traffic around it the same way it does around normal ports and normal stations.
And business traffic, yeah.
Yeah.
Frameshift drive charging.
What they're doing, well, coming down to a port that's like a base that's not yet like doing anything. No idea, but you know.
Navigation for
They're
next
NPCs, they can do what they want with their ships.
I can sense jump. Engaging.
Yeah, that would be nice as well.
Are at optimal levels.
Feels a little too much, doesn't it, though?
Like, it would be nice if there were, yeah, you can actually take your fleet carrier somewhere, you can stock it up with a bunch of stuff, and then you can jump it back, put it in orbit in the same place as your thing you're building, and then just have an auto transfer thing, even if it took some time, right? You know, like, I would accept that transferring, like, you know, 18,000 tons of stuff from a fleet carrier to a station under thing would take some time. But yeah. Yeah, so that kind of stuff could, you know. That kind of stuff is something they could have thought about and implemented, but you know. There's a number of people that have claimed systems and then found that their primary starport building thing is dropped in at like 400,000 light years or something. They might still find it useful to transfer everything to a fleet carrier and then put that in orbit and manually ferry it across. Farts. Fart attack. Alright. Blacks rise. Boom, 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 boom. Uh-oh. Yeah. I also thought that some players assumed when they were claiming stuff that they would deploy the beacon and then be able to choose where the ship appeared. They may not have paid attention to the fact that disable night vision.
Acknowledged, Commander.
Permission authorized. Please head directly for Bay 40. You are approved for automated
And
docking.
based on my experiences so far with 2 systems on this account and 1 system on my other account, it does tend to pick
Gaining knowledge by observation.
like the further away points
They are
Not
unique,
always the longest point.
interfering with the course of nature.
I keep forgetting, to be fair, that.
Very beginnings. Pushing along, accelerating their evolution much faster than nature intended. Motivated by self-preservation, a survival instinct in its purest and most primitive form. They knowingly destroy everything around them.
Landing gear deployed.
Although I may have just gotten unlucky on my ones, right? Because I know that like Ed's one was picked one of the relatively closer ones. So
Would you like me to perform routine?
Confirmed contact. Ground crew dispatched. Greetings, Commander.
alright, what were we after here? It was
Fine,
building
I'm sure you
fabricators, I
people
think.
sometimes find
And whatever else I find.
already somewhat disturbed.
244 of these. Alright, 57 food cartridges. I would actually recommend that. Like, it's an outpost is so much less stress building, right? Like, so much less grind, and then you can just take your time with what you want after that. And there's some stuff like doesn't tell you like the advantages and disadvantages when you're picking stuff, like when you're first doing like your primary port. It's just like, do you want this port or that port? Pretty sure. What else have we got? Do we need atmospheric processes? I don't think we do. Is it possible for a station to be fully out of stock if someone wants to try that? I would imagine so, but it would be difficult. Are you talking about out of stock of everything? We need 28.
The station can run out of stock of something, but I'm fairly sure it cannot run out of stock on everything they ever offered.
There's some small stations like I went to yesterday that only had like about 7 goods they sold. If you had a wing of 4 people, you might be able to run that station out of stock of everything, at least for like 10 minutes until the next restock happens. Yeah.
It's fairly hard to do, but yeah.
Yeah, so potentially possible, but I'm not sure that anyone's ever tried that. Do we need water purifiers? Nope. What about computer components? We do 40. Alright. That is true, you could do that.
Well, you would need to dump it in a system that is not the same as the station system, because as long as you have that might actually be true. I'm not sure, but as long as you have, I know that as long as you have the cargo on your in your cargo hold, it won't spawn more of the same cargo, at least for you. Not sure if others.
Yeah, hold on, I think there's someone at my door. I'll be back in a minute.
Sure.
Okay, sorry about that. I'm back. I don't know how if everyone's still hanging around. Probably not. Nope. My mum came to she's come to pick up some green waste, and I had to back her car up the drive because she does not like reversing up my drive, which is fair enough. All right, what were we working on? Advanced catalysts. I've got the advanced catalysts. Building fabricators, crop harvesters. Need water purifiers? Nope. That was an evacuation shelter. Emergency power cells. Ah, we also need thermal cooling units. I don't think there's anything else I can grab here. Alright, there we go. So we're going back here. And hold on.
Landing gear retracted.
Detachment complete. Maintain
Just go check on her and be back in a sec.
Scan detected.
Alright, I'm back. I had to go sort a couple of things. Right. So what's going on here? I'm curious if I wanted to pick a faction and story-wise right now, which one would be the best suited for me?
Ready to engage. 4, 3, 2.
Is there a lot of practical difference between the power play factions? Or there's the power play factions, there's squadrons, and there's the superpowers. You know, sort of, you get ranks of the superpowers, you're not really aligned to one as such, if that makes sense. They're much more mercenary, like they're like, yes, you've done stuff for us, have a new rank. But we don't care if you do stuff for other people.
Well, yeah, but it matters which one you pick because they provide different bonuses. So it matters what you do in game, basically.
Yeah.
Like if you like bounties, if you do bounty hunting, then I would probably recommend, I don't know, maybe Branav or Arisa. If you do exploration, then Lee would be quite good.
Yeah, so it's a little tied to what you want to do
So
in game.
if you do mining or trading, then you know, I don't know which one of them provides me the better mining bonuses. So yeah, but look up what power play factions, or the power play powers, what bonuses do they have, and how much of the bonus, and shouldn't be hard to find, and decide based on what you do most in game.
Yeah, and if there's a couple of factions that you're like, if you say you're me and you like to go bounty hunting a fair bit, right? Like there's a lot of factions that will reward that in some way, shape or form, right? So it can also be dependent on, like, if you've got a particular area you like to do stuff in and the faction controls that area, you might want to pick that faction because then you'll get credit for doing various things in that area of space.
Yeah, but that's minor factions. That's
Yeah.
not power play.
No, it's power play factions too, isn't it?
No.
Like if I'm bounty hunting, I only get power play credits for stuff I kill inside.
Because you are doing it in your aligned power space. But
Yes.
there is no actual power play faction in the game.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't played around enough with the powers and the power play and stuff to be giving an expert answer anyway. You could just pick whichever one where the portrait appeals to you.
I mean, that works too for a lot of people. That's definitely how I went about it. Because, you know, Ashling doesn't really give quite good bonuses. There are far better ones. But I just picked because I like the portrait and I just went with it.
The other thing you could do, and it's probably got a little bit more time involvement, right, is that you could look at, like, there's probably something online that will tell you anyway. You could look at, like, how each one progresses, because they'll all eventually unlock, like, all the different weapons and components and stuff that you get from that, but they'll unlock them in a different order. So if you really want to get your hands on prismatic shields, maybe you pick whatever faction, power play faction is going to give you access to prismatic shields the quickest, type of thing.
Okay.
Orbital flight engaged.
I feel like I'm going a little fast.
Now you should be fine.
Yeah, no, it's slowing
As
down.
long as the bar on the right doesn't go into red, you are fine.
Ah, because they're on the bar on the right as well. Yeah.
A lot of people don't know, so yeah.
Alright.
Oh no, I shouldn't have boosted. Oh, this is gonna hurt.
Ooh!
Ow.
I mean,
Ow.
you're still alive, but Jesus.
3%. Oh.
Yeah, just watched all like your armor, your bar, and your on the team, so you just vanish basically.
Yeah. And I'm still not landed, so. Okay, I landed safely.
Good, good.
Oh, that hurt. Even financially, that was almost 400,000 repair bill.
Docking request granted.
You gotta be a bit careful with those boosts, especially when you're not running shields.
Yep.
Alright.
I'll tell that to my 1 minute ago self. I thought I was further from the station than I was. I thought I read 8 kilometers, not 6. Which in 0.4 gravity is not gonna slow down but any stretch of imagination.
Yeah.
Landing gear deployed.
Boom, 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 boom.
Docking successful.
Okay.
Engines disengaged.
Would you like me to perform routine maintenance for you?
Right, here we go. Transfer all.
Fine, I won't.
32%.
although I sometimes find that you're already somewhat disturbed.
Wonder if I can find emergency power cells and evacuation shelters in the same place. Let's have a look. Oh, Jesus Christ. Apparently the closest place to find emergency power cells is 222 light years away.
Ah boy.
Evacuation?
What's your jump range? Because if it's lower than mine, I can probably handle that. Mine is 35, 36 when I'm loaded.
Mine's
47, yeah, 48 when I'm not.
I think yours is slightly higher, but it's not hugely.
Fair enough.
Alright, evacuation shelters. These are a little bit more realistic. Alright, I'll go after the evacuation shelters to begin with and see what else I find in that.
Landing gear retracted. Ship released. Engines engaged.
Right. Boom.
Frameshift drive charging.
Up we go.
4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
I mean, at least a ground base big enough to have a large landing pad isn't anywhere near as annoying. What's on that Skype is shutting down? I had not heard that Skype was shutting down. I don't really have a lot of thoughts one way or the other. I didn't use it very much. And I don't think I was in very many workplaces or anything that used it either.
For me, it will be missed. It has been quite a big part of some of my life. A lot of things happen on it, and I met a lot of friends on it.
Yeah, fair.
But yeah,
Frameshift drive charged.
I don't like that it's being replaced by Teams, because that software is just garbage. No
Yeah.
one and nothing can convince me otherwise.
Yeah, we use Teams at work, and I mean, it's okay.
Me too.
Yeah, it's like...
Me too, and I hate it every minute of it. Not to mention they recently did visual update basically, and
Yeah.
it looks even worse than it did.
Key systems are at optimum level.
Well, somewhat
readying
recently,
for
but
exit.
yeah. To be fair, it went to toilet the second Microsoft bought them in, what was it, 2012, 13, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's often the case. Like, you got this
Frameshift drive charged.
get this nice, like bit of software, and then a big company buys it because they see potential, but then they
Exactly.
often it just,
Vector.
yeah. I don't know exactly what happens. I don't know if like the original development team moves on because they don't like the new corporate sort of.
Don't know the details about that one, but yeah. I mean, even if they didn't move on, like, you know, you have to kind of listen to the new management anyway, and yeah, you
Yeah.
don't have a lot of power to oppose their decisions.
Yeah, I don't know.
You can't really say no to coding something they requested because, well, you are going to be let go, and someone else will actually do it.
There is that. I do find it weird though that, like, you know, you're like, this product is really good, and then you buy the company that makes it, and then you start going, all right, now we're gonna do things my way. It's like, no, the company was making the product. You really like the product. They had a process that was working. Just let them do their thing. It's like, you know,
Yep, exactly. How hard would that be?
It's like,
It's good, it's nice, it's working, people love it. Why screw it up?
Yeah.
Because I gotta show that I am useful manager? Yeah.
Alright, where am I going?
What I'm far more concerned about is Mozilla screwing up their terms of use recently. Not sure if you caught that.
No, I did not catch that.
Yeah, Mozilla decided that, well, okay, this is not very fair comparison, but, well, summary, but I'm going to say it anyway. They decided that they are going to collect all the information you enter within Firefox and use that for their own purposes and sell it to whoever they want.
Ah.
Again, it's not very fair, that's not actually what it said, but it's very, very, very close.
Oh, damn dog, that's my ear you're barking in.
Beyond safety limits.
Alright.
So yeah, people are, well, unsurprisingly living by the throws.
Yeah, I don't know why they do that.
The problem is, where do you go, since there is only Chromium and Firefox?
Yeah. I mean, there's a few little weird browsers but they don't have
Yeah,
the same
but they are
functionality.
weird for a reason.
Yeah, they don't have the same level of functionality and stuff. Yeah, it's a bit annoying, right? I always find it weird that like companies do stuff that pisses off their user base without seeming to realize that they're about to piss off their user base. You know what I mean? Like,
Yep.
it's nice to have, like, you know, the ability to monetize bits and pieces of stuff, but
Yeah.
don't do that at the cost of like half your user base going, no, screw you, we're going somewhere else.
Yeah. I mean, if they were Google, they could afford it. Like, even if Google screws up, that nothing really is gonna happen. But not with Firefox, that has like what 4% market share.
Yeah, it's like Adobe where they put
You
in
can't
that.
really do that.
Yeah, it's like Adobe with their like Lightroom and Photoshop and stuff, and they put in like a thing going like, oh, when you use Adobe software, any images you create using software,
I heard that too.
like can be used by Adobe, and we have all the rights to them, and it's like, yep, way to piss off your user base. Like, who the hell thought that was a good idea?
The simplest answer is some middle manager thought that they needed to produce that they are doing something, and they came up with really stupid shit, as the story usually goes.
There's like a on a similar vein, there's a photo competition thing that I nearly entered here in New Zealand once, run by a real estate company, right? And then I looked into the terms and conditions, and it's like, any photo you submit to our photo competition, you hereby grant us dual copyright ownership of. And I was like, what? Like normally, like you know, like when you submit photos, they'll be like, if you submit us a photo to our photo competition, we can use it to promote our photo competition. You know, if it's a winning photo, we'll put it in various magazines and stuff, credited to you as the photographer, or blah blah blah. And this one was like any photo you submit, you're essentially giving them dual ownership rights over along with you. It's like for whatever purpose they want. I was like, Jesus Christ, no. And then, like, some lawyer probably told them to put that in there to cover their butt and like and make sure that they're never going to get in trouble for anything they do, right? And they probably have no intention of using the photos in any way that would annoy people or anything. But at the same time, as soon as you read the terms and conditions, you're like, yeah, I don't think so. It just throws you off.
Command system shut down.
Alright, what have we got? Commodities. And what do we need? What was I even going here to look for? My brain's really fried today. Evacuation shelters. Oh yeah, there we go. Evacuation shelters. We need 54 of those. I don't mind Chrome, but like I do agree that some of these places have a problematic rules in place. Did you pick up any copper for this, or?
No, I'm holding still exclusively at the moment. I don't know how much we still need, but I will check as soon as I land, since I'm well, no, actually I'm about to pick up some more, so I don't know how much I need, how much we need.
We've got some steel here. And I guess we need aluminium as well. What else have we got though that I might? Nothing. No structural regulators.
Okay, apparently we only need 130 steel, which is less than 2 holes away. Didn't realize I made such progress on it.
Nice.
Wasn't trying to fish out a nice, but yes.
Oh, no, you get the nice because you deserve it.
Okay.
Alright, I'm just gonna go check something. Like, need to change this so it's easier to bloody well find the here base. There it is. Okay. We still need 336 structural regulators. Yeah, I remember you sent me a bunch of stuff about Streamlabs OBS. That was quite interesting to read. I do remember that. Yep. I took that off you earlier. How did you get that back? That was up on my desk. Oh, you're doing the innocent look. Like you know, but you're doing the innocent look. There we go. And I guess I'll just fill up on aluminium for the rest of it. There we go. She loves bottles for some reason, like plastic bottles. She just loves chewing them up. It's one of her favorite things.
Landing gear retracted.
There we go. Bum 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 bum. And the good thing is that using the NVIDIA broadcast software would actually make it so you couldn't hear it doing any of that stuff with noise reduction in the background. The bad news is that it overstrains my graphics card too much doing that, and it's not like it's a compulsive thing. She'll stop it if I tell her to. If I take it off and tell her to stop, she will.
Frameshift drive charged.
Could be boredom, I guess. I mean, I'm just sitting here at the computer doing stuff. I'm not playing with her.
Restrictions are now lifted. Have a safe
So she's probably a bit bored right at the moment.
4, 3, 2, 1.
And definitely sometimes... sometimes it's attention seeking as well. Sometimes you get a visitor and she gets excited and then she's running around and then she'll just grab a plastic bottle and yeah. But ultimately, she's a pretty behaved pup most of the time.
Frameshift drive charging.
Occasional attempt to murder the neighbors notwithstanding. Well, the story there is that, oh no, she's definitely fully grown. She's like 12. No, the story there is when we got her and she was little, like we got her and she was super skinny, like it's a little bit of a rescue, and we were like feeding her up, putting condition on her and stuff, and we hadn't lived at this at the house very long. I didn't realize there was a loose board in the back fence. It was hidden behind a tree. I hadn't seen it, and she managed to wiggle her way through into the section behind us because there was a big dog there and she wanted to play with it.
Frameshift drive charging.
And that section is kind of in a weird spot, like it's not obvious just looking over the back fence like how you access it, like so I tried calling her back and she wasn't listening because she was excited with this other dog and her ears were just painted on at that point. And so I was like calling out, no one seemed to be at the house. I was like, oh, you know what, I don't know where their drive is. It could be coming off anyway of 4 directions. I'm just going to climb over the back fence and grab my dog. So that's what I did. I climbed over the back fence and then the dude that owned the house came hurtling out the back door. He shoved me and was like threatening to call dog control and stuff. And I was like my dog just came over to play with your dog. I don't know how she got through the fence, but I'll figure it out. I just climbed over the fence to get her back. Calm the fuck down.
Warning.
And so he was screaming, yelling, being very aggressive. My dog freaked out, ran back through the fence. So I managed to see where she got through the fence.
Frameshift drive.
Figured out it was a loose board. Came out and, oh, Ed, what happened?
Yeah, exactly what you would imagine has happened.
You boosted into a planet?
Navigation.
And this
for
time
Nexus.
didn't survive it. Oh, I had 6 million cartographic data on me. Well, rip.
But yeah, so he like started yelling at me over the back fence after that when I was fixing the fence up, right? And before he realized I was actually fixing the fence, right? It was like, I'm gonna call dog control, and I was like, feel free, and maybe I'll just call the police and tell them how you shoved me for no reason. And at that point, he pretty quickly shut up, and alright, and I was like, yeah, that's what I thought. And then he realized I was actually fixing the fence, and then he calmed down a bit, right? Like, I was like, look, she's really small, she's really skinny, she's just been rescued. Like, she's gonna bulk up, and even if the board gets loose again, she's not gonna fit back through the fence after in 3 weeks time. Like, it's like, basically.
Yep.
Right, and it's like, so you just need to calm down a bit. But ever since then, if it's a person she doesn't know, and they're on the other side of a fence, they're a neighbor and they're the enemy. She really, really doesn't like people she doesn't know on the other side of fences. If it's a person she doesn't know and they come to the door, then they're a visitor to the house, and she loves them and she's super friendly. But yeah. Someone she doesn't know on the other side of the fence, neighbor, and therefore enemy in her head. And it only took that one experience, like 11 years ago or whatever, for that to stick.
Mm.
But I mean, we've owned her a long time and we know her little quirks and stuff, so we keep her out of trouble. My brother did have to buy his mailman a box of beer as an apology, though, when he was looking after her. One time we went on holiday, and I was like, because I had this huge fenced front section, back section, sorry, and I was like, yeah, that would be fine, she won't be able to get out of that. And then there was a new player in the front yard with like a fence that was about 3 foot tall. And the bellman came to deliver mail. And she was like, stranger, other side of a fence. And let's just say the mailman was not particularly happy. She didn't actually bite him or anything, but yeah.
Yeah, what is it with dogs and mailmen?
I don't know. Well, there could have been anyone outside of a fence, right?
I mean, I know, but still.
And why am I coming in here when it's on the other side of the planet? Way too distracted. Alright. Let's jump back out. Helps if I hit the right button. And we're waiting on Friendship Tribe cooldown. Yeah, there's been 1 or 2 close calls with like neighbours over the years. Not like around here because I'm very controlled around here, but when we take her away places, like we took her to my partner's mum's, and they had a fully fenced back section, but one of the gates was wire mesh, and it was like 8 foot tall, right? And she was hanging out in the section. And then the neighbour on the other side of the fence came home, and she barked at him, and he kicked the fence, and she took that as an immediate act of war, and I heard this big clang as she climbed over the 8 foot high chain link gate on the other side of the house, and I managed to get round and stop her just as she was about running around the front of the house, about to reach the neighbour's drive. So yeah, there's been 1 or 2 times I've been like, ooh, okay. She's never actually attacked anyone though. She's just not an actual someone needs some like stitches and type, you know, actually been bitten type attack. She just doesn't like neighbours. Alright, we're far enough away from this planet now. I feel like this ship is so slow that sometimes the planet might just be circling me.
Well, I mean, do you not have oh well, you are close, but got it. Well, I was going to ask whether you not have SEO, but at this point that's probably not advisable to use.
Yeah. An FCO now, just splat into the side of the planet.
I'd probably do a little too much, but yeah.
I've got to hand it to the tech in this game. They do make spaceflight relatively safe, you know. You can't like super cruise into the side of a planet or into a sun or anything. Mostly it's just the other people you need to worry about. Why did that not?
Frameshift drive charging.
Why did that drop me out? I swear I didn't.
4, 3, 2, 1, engage.
Alright, pal, I'll let you out in a minute. Okay. Now I thought I put this in the crater.
I'll transfer power to shields.
Maybe I put it in the smaller crater. Oh yeah.
Fine, I won't disturb you again.
Should have put it in that big crater.
Already somewhat disturbed.
Docking request granted.
Okay. Auto dock and let the dog out. I've been thinking about setting up a proper dog bed under my desk for the dogs, or 2 dog beds, one for each dog, so they can hang out under the desk a bit easier while I'm streaming. And then I was thinking about having
So what
like,
you saying, dog come soon?
yeah, actually that wasn't pretty much what I was leading towards. And I was thinking about having like a dog cam under there, and
Gear deployed.
like you could turn on with point redeems or something.
Nice.
I just have to work out the lighting thing because I don't think the lighting would be very good. And I have to hide my poor power cable management.
Yeah.
Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
Would you like me to perform routine?
Alright. Transfer, all confirmed transfer. 47%.
Nice.
Apparently we need HE suits. Why we need that for this particular thing, I have no idea. Moonlang biochemical exploration. There used to be one of the, was that tool that EDDB or something? Used to be able to allow you to
Yeah,
search.
but that is discontinued already.
Yeah, so it used to allow you to search for multiple commodities, but the Nara commodity search doesn't really seem to allow that very well.
No, we haven't.
So I was wondering if there was another similar tool to the
Not
multi-commodity.
that I'm aware of, but maybe one of the tools, one of the ones I cannot use. I mean, technically Spanish may work. Maybe look there if you want to.
Charging. 4,
Oh yeah, might do.
2, 1. Engage. Warning. Range of 5 operating.
Well,
Safety.
damn it, Doc, I let you out already. What are you up? What do you want?
Critical. Warning. Taking heat damage.
Again, of course. You let me out, I went back in.
Door's still open. She's back inside already.
Oh, okay.
I think she just
Then,
might.
I don't know, attention?
Yeah, probably. I think she just wants a pet. Yeah. Then. There you go. There's gonna be easier ways of asking you for a pet than sitting there barking my ear off without me knowing what you want. Okay. Are you happy now, dog? Yeah, she's happy now. She's gone and jumped on the sofa. Have a lie now. She's like, thank you for the pet. That's all I wanted.
Frameshift drive.
I was out with a friend today actually to get dinner, and there was a dog in the restaurant. Well, kind of a restaurant, but it was like a village restaurant, so it's like really local. So there was a dog, and it came to me to pat it, and then I couldn't get rid of it for like 5 minutes because, you know, you pat me, now you get to do that for next 5 minutes.
When I was a teenager, a friend of the family had a dog, like a German Shepherd, and if you started patting it, you couldn't stop or it would bite you.
Oh well, okay, that's a little more extreme, but yeah.
Like not hard enough to draw blood.
Yeah,
or
no, I
anything,
get it,
but
like play bite, but still.
yeah. It's like you don't stop until I say you stop.
Yeah, we're not done until I say we are done.
Alright, molding biochemicals. Have I been here before? I'm losing track of which ones I've actually been to, and no, okay. Open system map.
Displaying map.
I think it's gonna be here.
Warning.
Let's give this a little bit of loss.
Safety limits.
Maybe about there. Oh, not bad, not bad. That was pretty good. All right. Moonlight biochemical exploration. Must be this one. There we go. Oh, space. Slow down a little bit. It's a small planet. Come in on an angle. Which is what she said.
Well, hopefully that... Well, okay, I'm not gonna say it.
I've got to throw the occasional joke into the stream.
Of course.
Alright. Mulang biochemical exploration.
Alright, well, steel is almost done. Anything else you would like me to work on? Like, I don't know, aluminium or HE suits, polymers.
I think I'm after the HE suits right now.
Fair enough.
What was I actually
I'll
going
try
after here?
polymers, maybe.
Yeah, polymers sounds good. We'll see what else is at this biochemical exploration place.
Yep.
I really hope that this refinery gives us what we want, but yeah.
Would be nice, wouldn't
Fingers
it?
crossed. Yeah. The problem, the big lie is an interesting catch-22 if that's the case, right? The solution to the problem of colonizing planets, of colonizing systems, is to colonize the system and then build a refinery.
Well, nah.
Alright, we're gonna go a little faster now. Somehow, the Type 9 is capable of gliding. Not quite sure the laws of physics agree, but... yeah.
Docking request granted.
Bum 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 bum. Ah. And down we go. Bum 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 bum
Landing gear
bum.
deployed.
I saw a thing the other day that I haven't confirmed yet. Ooh, okay, alright. It was talking about Twitch was apparently going to open subscriptions and bits to all of its streamers, regardless of, even if they haven't hit affiliate yet.
Docking successful.
Interesting.
Engines disengaged.
Would you like me to perform routine maintenance when we're done?
That'd be interesting, yeah. Hey, Han.
Fine, I won't disturb you again, although I sometimes find that you're already somewhat disturbed.
Yeah. Alright, there's not much of this system besides HE suits.
Oh.
How many of those do we need? $113. I mean, there is advanced catalyzers, but I've already grabbed those. Those are the first ones I did. Don't need consumer technology. Nope. 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 Alright. Well, since I'm out this far, I might as well keep going and grab emergency power cells. This will be my last run through on the stream though. I've gotta sort some stuff. I can
Sure.
finish this off later today, probably.
Alright.
And then maybe you'll get up in the morning and you'll have a supply of
I mean, I would only be glad. So
so let's try this place. Yep.
there will be no complaints from me.
Yeah. I feel bad if this doesn't work out though. You spent this time doing it. We could have been working on your asteroid base.
As I said, like 3 hours ago, for science, or well, 2 hours ago.
Yeah. Wait, oh. Alright. How many jumps to where I'm going? 5, Jesus Christ. Alright.
The area and prepare for jump.
Frameshift drive charging.
Why do I keep boosting into the ground? God damn it. Pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up. Yeah, I saved it, saved it.
Nice.
Woo. Was like sub 100 meters from the ground.
Vector.
My boost came off cooldown and I boosted up. So I saved it. Whew, that was close.
I'm guessing, but don't quote me on this, Dark. I'm guessing that as long as you've opened the commodities market, right, then what you see there is what's available to you. Like, so if you had, yeah, go.
I can actually confirm that. I've tested it with a few people. As long as you are in the instance, when you log whatever is available in the market, it will be still available to you, even if there is like 100 or 200. Both people can pick up almost the same amount at the same time.
Yeah. So yeah, so the way I imagine it works, and it sounds like it has tested this and is confirming it, right? Is that, so they say they got 500 tons available. You open the commodities market, it tells you 500 tons. Somebody else docks at the station in a different mode, solar or something, opens it, tells them 500 tons.
Yep.
And you can both buy that 500 tons. But anyone coming along after that is not going to be able to buy.
Exit point on that status.
Once you've purchased it, it's going to be gone. Yeah. Yeah, and I assumed that was the way it was working even before Ed said that he'd verified it, because I'd never noticed a change, like, once I'd opened the commodity screen. I'd never been able to only buy less than what was showing or anything like that. So, or definitely other people's activities will affect the amount available for you before you open that commodity screen.
4, 3, 2, 1,
Up we go around the sun.
Frameshift drive charging.
Is she still out there, or? I don't think she should be now. She was picking up some groom waste a bit staked out the front. And I didn't realise she was showing up this early in the day to do it.
Did you pick up ceramic composites?
I don't think I have, but double check. Because I'm losing track.
Double check as soon as you drop from hyperspace.
Temperature critical.
Because if not, I can collect them all at the moment.
Let me have a look. I don't have any on me.
Okay, so no.
Okay,
go.
yeah, that's fine. Yeah, no, the only thing I got was HE suits, because it was literally the only thing that was at the...
Okay,
It was like 7 things at the outpost.
Yeah, gotcha. Okay, so I took care of composite and steel.
Shift drive charging.
Nice. I'm going
See if there
after...
is anything else that I can pick up from here.
I'm going after the emergency power cells at the moment,
Okay.
which is a bit of a mission, but I'm almost there.
Checking systems now. Complete. Telemetry, stand by.
Wilson City, this is what I want. Maybe they'll have some other stuff too. We'll see.
Okay, this station has quite a bit of what we need, so
Oh, good.
don't go anywhere, station. I will be back.
Comes back, station's gone. Like, what the?
Well, you know, at this point I wouldn't be surprised.
Station's like, haha, you didn't realize I was secretly a starship.
Oh, then why did it not blow me up instantly?
Wilson City. Named after the volleyball in Castaway. And I probably named after someone famous called Wilson, but
Eh. I don't think that Wilson is quite uncommon, so yeah, probably.
wasn't Wilson a character on Home Improvement as well? Like that TV show?
I don't think I saw that one.
So, what was that, huh? Yeah. I can't remember if Home Improvement was the name of the show or the name of the TV show the character in the show started. And they had a next door neighbour named Wilson who you only ever saw like the top half of his head because he was always peeking over the fence.
Yep.
Feel free to start Compliance Operations Department. Please comply with station protocol. Request
The wise next door neighbour.
heading for approach to pad 40. Preparing for precision approach. Use of docking computer has been sanctioned.
I'll look it up now. Home Improvement TV show. TV series. Yeah. 1991 to 1999. I'm aging myself again.
Landing gear deployed.
Down we go.
Would you like me to perform routine?
Landing successful. Commence system shutdown.
Fine.
Okay. I can't really grab the evacuation shelters, didn't I? Emergency power cells. $47. I'll go back and take another look at. Okay. Okay, I've got the suits. Surface stabilizers 583 and thermal cooling units 34. Let me just so we assume the top one is aluminium. Just screenshot that. We'll snip it. So we've got a more up-to-date list. Back we go. Okay. So structural regulators. No, that's not only those. Did you grab the polymers already?
Not yet, I think. No, I grabbed steel, ceramic composites, and surface stabilizers.
I'm grabbing 596 polymers. That's not the whole
Yeah,
lot.
I mean it's
but
700, but that's fine.
yeah.
I can take less from the next haul. I'll do.
Alright. And I'm heading back to Hendon. And that will probably be it for me until later on today. I have to sort lunch, and then I have to go out in a little bit.
Landing gear retracted.
Detach sequence complete. Regulate your speed inside the docking bay.
Yeah, might as well launch.
Landing gear deployed.
No AV to hand you. I'm not that flash, no. You mean like some sort of ending stream video or... Oh, to launch me out of the station? The docking computer will out of the hangar. No, nothing launches you out of the hangar. That'd be funny. Just randomly happens. You disembark from your ship and next thing you're floating out in space.
Frameshift drive charging.
I gotta admit, there's one thing I've seen that Star Citizen does a bit better than Elite, which is dealing with that kind of thing. Like I saw one person playing Star Citizen and they were able to like up in space, they were able to walk through their ship, lower their hangar, hop on a space motorcycle while wearing a spacesuit, and then go and do loops around their ship. Oh, that. I do sometimes. I remember reading there was one like, where you could say number 1, take me out, or something like that. And then sometimes that works, but a lot of the time it also just misinterprets what I say. So I need to train the computer up a bit more, I think.
Leaving system.
And I'm pretty sure you can also just say launch and it will do it, because that happened to me accidentally one day. Yes, oh no, I'm absolutely sure it's the accent, right? You need New Zealand version of Windows. You know, and it already understands things like, you know, she'll be right, mate, and yeah, nah.
Frameshift drive charging.
Vector.
3, 2, 1.
Frameshift now engaged. No anomalies detected.
If you're curious, in New Zealand, yeah, nah means no.
Scanning for anomalies. None detected.
Not at all confusing. I've not yet heard anyone go, nah, yeah, though, so.
Frameshift drive.
Jesus, how many jumps is it to get back? 6 more jumps. Oh my god. I should be okay. I might have to stop for fuel.
4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
Do you not have fuel scoop?
No, not on this ship.
Scanning for
Trying to
anomalies.
maximize cargo
None
range.
detected.
Or cargo capacity, sorry, not cargo range, Jesus.
Yeah, gotcha.
Whee.
Urusha. Interesting system you are in.
Frameshift drive charging.
Well, the next one is called Bunny. Bunny? I don't know.
Yeah, Baby Bunny. Yeah.
4, 3,
Then again, I'm jumping to CH apostrophe OL. I had no idea how I should pronounce that.
Ah, yes. I've been to that system a couple of times. Actually, I think that's... Huh. That's near where I put my... or I grabbed the system on my other account. That's why it's familiar.
Makes sense.
Hold up. Where are you? Over there.
Places.
And then if I go system colonization mode. I'm not sure which one of these it is, actually. All terrible names.
Yeah.
Possibly B-24-6. Possibly.
Are you still going?
Almost done.
Yeah, I keep interrupting you. Sorry.
I'm just taking this load back to hand into the place and then I'm done.
So like 20 minutes.
Couple of jumps and that's it.
4, 3, 2,
Quick, gotta think of things to distract you more. So the stream is longer.
Yeah. And in my partner's defense, I should be done by now. And
Yeah,
I have streamed a lot over the last 2 weeks, so
that is true. Also, I was meaning to ask, when do you, if not already, switch to out of daylight saving time?
I am not entirely sure. Let me check.
frameshift drive charging.
I mean, if the schedule is the same as with going to daylight saving time, then it should be month prior to when we do, and we do in March. So technically you should already be in out of daylight saving time. What time is it for you?
Sunday, 5th of April, it changes.
Never mind.
Yeah. Did they change the? They changed the daylight savings time, like when it started, when it finished, a whole number of years ago. I'm guessing 17, 18 years ago, something like that. And I remember because it caught a bunch of random stuff out. Like we showed up to, I was working in a place, much bigger city than where I am in now, and we showed up to a building, at normal work hours, like 8 AM in the morning, and the building still thought it was 7 AM in the morning, and the doors wouldn't open. Like it was all on our...
Well, of
Yeah,
course.
yeah. And we had to wait like half an hour before we could get in. Apparently the building auto unlocked at 7:30 in the morning.
Navigation for next system.
Well, at least it's not like 5 minutes to wait, so you don't have to wait an hour. But yeah, I get it.
Yeah. And one time, like, there was a sort of a web development place, and we had
Warning.
we had another team over in London, and they were like, London was 11 hours time difference until daylight savings hit. They became 12, and we were remote connecting to machines over there, but the sessions were just not working. It's because of the switch to 12-hour time difference, and it was using the time on the machines over, on the remote machines we were connected to over there, to determine the start of the session, and the times on our machines to determine the end of the session. And so the session was starting and ending at the same time.
No, well.
It took an entire organization of web developers an entire day to figure out what was going on.
I can imagine. Yeah, time zones and time in general is just a scam.
Mad Dog says,
Yeah.
I need refuel now.
Well, maybe not time itself, but you know, the various loops and rules and whatever that everyone keeps defining for themselves.
Yeah, I know, it's a bit weird. Like, I kind of get it. Like, you can't have a universal time that works for everyone because, you know.
Can't you really?
Well, I mean, you could, but then it's like, if it's 2 AM at the entire planet, for someone it's going to be the middle of the day, you know, for half the planet.
Oh.
Warning, frameshift drive operating beyond safety limits. Warning,
Oh, damn it.
critical. Warning, taking heat damage. Module malfunction.
What the hell?
Shut up!
I don't know if my finger was on
Guessing
the...
you ran out of fuel because you boosted or something, or crashed into something.
Not so much. Hold up. Like, I don't know if my finger just got on the wrong key or something, but it wouldn't undo the thing. Alright. Like, I wouldn't undo the boost. So I just shot past it and used up all the fuel. Got a little bit of fuel left. I should be able to make it back there.
Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
Just can't boost it, so.
Okay, so what do you have in your cargo hold now, so that I know what to avoid?
In my cargo hold, I have polymers, but not quite all of them. 596. I've got emergency power.
596, that means 161, okay.
Yeah. I've got the emergency power cells and the HE suits,
Okay.
which I'm guessing are probably not anything that's available where you are, because they were kind of.
Actually both of those are, but yeah, that's fine.
Oh, okay. Oh, there's somewhere interesting. I had to go pretty far afield to get those.
Well, no, the AG suit are not, sorry. I lied.
Alright. Yeah, I just wanted to hand these in so everything was up to date. Anyway.
Yeah.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Alright, Doc, I got you.
Skill issue.
Skill issue. That's probably true.
Orbital flight engaged.
Alright. Approaching planetary base.
I'll transfer
We have a sliver of fuel left.
and deploy the landing gear as we near. Fine, I won't disturb you again, although I sometimes find that you're already somewhat disturbed.
Fuel reserves at 5%. Pretty sure they're less than that.
Docking request granted.
Boom, boom, boom. We will dock, we will find Hendon, and then we will raid out. And I'll have lunch, and then I'll go out, run the errands I need to do and stuff, and then I'll come back and probably finish this off stream. And hopefully we'll have this refinery for
Nice.
oh, it'll allow me to refuel when I dock. The Ark will be fine.
Landing gear deployed.
I tend to refuel by this force of habit, whether I dock. I don't even remember doing it half the time.
Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
There's refuel, repair, restock. Just hit all those. And
Fine, I won't disturb you again, although I sometimes find that you're already somewhat disturbed.
okay. Alright, this was a fun stream. I've enjoyed this, and thank you for your help with this, Ed. I'm hoping, fingers crossed, that this pays off and we get a bunch of CMM composites and just have a much easier time with things. Alright.
Yeah, so sorry if I finish it for you off stream.
Feel free to finish it for me off stream, not a problem.
Okay.
But if you want to go back and you know, keep handing in stuff to your
Understood.
asteroid base, that's I completely understand.
Gotcha.
Who are we gonna raid out to? Who's even on? Actually, quite a few people. Let's raid.
You are
Gray.
using a landing pad. Get out.
Oh, yeah.
Joking, joking. Take your time.
I'll get out of the way.
Landing gear retracted.
We're joking. Jesus Christ, dude.
Engines engaged.
Just in case.
Just in case so that I don't blow you up? Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
With the non-existent weapons I have.
Alright. I'll just exit the game. Should be fine to exit
I can
there.
thank you anyway.
Yeah. We're gonna raid Grey Graves, who's someone I know through watching Minnie stream.
Come back soon, Commander.
They're currently playing The Legend of Heroes Trials Through Daybreak 2. I have no idea what that is, but I'm sure it'd be interesting. Alright, I'll start that raid. And I hope everyone's had a good time watching me stream today. I've had fun streaming, interruptions and stuff, notwithstanding. And
Thanks for streaming, was fun.
yeah. Oh, thank you for playing with me. Alright, raid going out.
Damn it! I can't, like, kill her.
I ain't got all day.
Fuck. Hi, Win. How you doing? Thanks for the raid.